Hello, hello. I apologies if you hear any barking in the background because there is a dog outside. Um, so, but hello, happy Monday. This is the Monday I did not work. I woke up this morning. I had been coughing all night and I had taken NyQuil, so I was still really drowsy headed. And I just was like, I can't. So I posted to work that if they didn't have any pushing work for me to do, I was taking a sick day. They had nothing scheduled for me, so I took a sick day. And I slept most of the day, allowing my body to recover. But I got a box in from Stacy. I took the wrapper off of it because it had my address on it and it had her address on it, and I wasn't broadcasting that over the internet. And so I unwrapped it and just wrote her tag on here and she is tagged in the video description. And I got a box from the gym club, which obviously I took their address and my address is now missing. So I'm going to unbox these. I will probably call my daughter in here because if this is exactly what I think it is, there is going to be something in here for my child. Okay, the box goes this way. I had the box upside down, totally upside down. Oh, Stacy loves me. I got some tea. I love tea. I have not had one with mushrooms in it. I got a Kinder Egg that kind of melted, so we're just going to set it over here because it's hot. Shells. I love shells, and I actually just had something out last night that I was looking at with shells in it. Because I was talking about, I'm going to move the box. I can't undo it this way. But I was just talking about shells and using shells in my display when I'm doing like the emolites and coral and stuff like that, stuff that came from the sea, and putting shells in the display. That's a stand that goes to something, so we'll just set him over here. One of my favorite candies from Canada. Favorite so far that I've tried. I'll put it that way. Oh, there's a star. I will have to pull out my container that I put the extra stuff in like that. Some shoes. Oh, this is a Werther's. Canadian's Werther's Originals. It's like a little Tootsie Roll. And it's funny because it's like Werther's are some of my favorites. For one. And these are definitely. I got my invoice here. I got some Purple Heart stickers. And some thank you stickers. And my invoice of what I got. So I set that to the side. Stand parts that I'll just stick on there. And figure out how these go in a minute. Yeah, they fit better that way. Goodness gracious, the stuff I have in here. And I haven't even touched anything that I've paid for yet. Oh my gosh, this one's closed. These are going to be so cool in my display. Stacy's amazing. Just saying. I mean, I got an amazing haul here and just really haven't yet pulled out. Well, I've pulled them out because I'm setting them to the stuff to the side, but I haven't put out anything yet that I've paid for. And oh, these are gonna be cool because I did win some stuff because Stacy does giveaways, and she sent me these, and the coloring could not be more perfect for me. So I have these are dishcloths that they're handmade dishcloths. I think they're amazing. I don't know if they'll make it into my kitchen because no one appreciates my dishcloths, and they usually get just totally destroyed, and I would hate for these to get destroyed, but I will definitely be using these. Hello, Terry. I am unboxing first, and there are some extras in here, and oh my gosh, look at this little turtle. Isn't he cute? This looks like a llama.
Oh. It didn't cut like I wanted it to, but...
Thank you, Topher.
Yep.
It will work. Tell your mother I'm unboxing from Canada. She should know what that means.
All right.
So these are all things that I did not give cash dollars for in any way, shape, or form. These are Stacy's extras because Stacy is cool like that and shit. Some of this stuff will stay downstairs with me. My container. Oh, I just took that upstairs. So I'm going to have to get something else to put my shells in to take upstairs for my display. This shell is the most amazing. Look at that. It has color. Put my little ones in here. Oops. That little one with the stripes is cool too. But I just find it really funny that I would just pulled out the shells that I had no clue where I'd gotten and was talking about putting them in my display. And then Stacy sends me a handful of shells as well. So that's like really kind of cool. I am going to take the candy and stuff and put it in my bag over here that I keep my snacks in for downstairs. But the tea bag can go upstairs as well into my tea shelf, because I do have a tea shelf with all my teas in it. So this will go upstairs. I'll put him out of the way. Take that tea that she sent me, which it has lion's mane and mushroom in it. So it's interesting. I'll have to check that out. And then for my little box of extras that come in my packages, this will also go upstairs. Some of it will be put into the art supplies for Ollie to use, and there's more that I need to take out of this box. So oh my goodness, look at this. Oh my gosh, Lily! She's gonna love this. Let me text her real quick. She's in the room right next to me, but I can't yell loud enough for her. Lily? Tell your mother to come here. Tell her real quick. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Oh, I can't do that from here. Yes, I can. Lily, 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 Lily. It's a bat.
That's a pterodactyl.
It's a bat dragon.
It's a little baby dragon.
And this belongs to my child.
Hims goes roar.
I shall hand him off.
Yay! He's so adorable.
And I don't remember if he had anything that went with him. So, but I'm unboxing stuff. And he was the first one I grabbed and took off of here. Oh, I need a star. Yeah, I'm going to have to empty that box into my crafting. Oh, this is cool. This is a base for something because I see the 2 feet go there. I'm going to take this and put it right back in that box because this box has a lot of stuff in it. It's like, I don't know what I got. I got a bag. Ooh. Okay, there's nothing to indicate why I've got this. Oh, it's a thank you. That's why. Oh, that's right. I won one of the drawings. So it's pretty. It's got crystals and silver tones in there, and it'll actually fit. It is something I can wear. I think I think the actual metal on it is only the tag because none of this is metallic. It's just, and that little tag isn't even registering. It's steel, that's why, surgical steel. I can see it. See, I don't know if it'll. But it says S Steel CN, so surgical steel out of Canada. So that'll go upstairs. And I'd have to check. This is either peacock or calico pyrite, or chalico pyrite, depending on how you choose to pronounce it. That's upstairs stuff. Got another bag here. Because I'd gotten, I bought one of her mystery bags. Got the mystery bag letter T, because why not? And I think this might be kiwi based on the coloration of it. This actually arrived today, so really excited about that. Got me a pair of pearls. An agate slice to add to the mirror wall. The box she sent it in is a really cool box too, so I'm going to save the box because I can absolutely use that in shipping something out. Oh, I found my box of shells. Let's see if that's a... Okay, so that's not ruby. It's not a piece of ruby. I don't know what it is because I'm smart like that. I'm sure she told me in her video and I didn't write it down anywhere, but I'll look. It's cool looking. Oh, they've got the doors open, I bet. And this is a wire wrapped ring. It's cute. I won't be able to wear it, but it's cute. I don't wear most jewelry unless I know the content of it anyway, because jewelry turns my fingers colors. I can see Ollie stealing this one. As it changes colors. It is a mood ring. And it changed colors on me. It turned to blue. Beautiful blue, but yeah. So Ollie will probably wind up with that ring, and Ollie will not mind stealing my stuff. You got to remember, when I get stuff from Robbie, it gets swamped, especially if I get the rocks that are painted by Mimi's mom. They often steal them from me. This is really cute. That is just real cute. I'm not sure the content of it, but it's cute, and it'll probably fit me. I'll need to check the content so I don't wind up ruining the jewelry. But I'm never disappointed in the bags. You pay $30 for the bag. This alone was a $30 item. The earrings were like originally $25. So I got more than my money's worth with these items. Definitely got more than my money's worth. I got more out of the bag than what I paid into the bag. We'll just leave it at that. I'm going to move these out of the way to save space. Oh, I know what this is. This is my husband's. Oh, the electricity in my house. And I do not mean the electricity running the lights. If I could harness the electricity that pulses through my veins, or through my body, I should say, not literally my veins, that shocks me all the time, it would be so cool. Oh. That's his stand. He's the one that puts his little feet in there, and he can stand. And awesome. Look at that. Does his body bend? No. He's limited to how far his body bends, but that's okay because they should have a limit. But yeah, he stands right there. I still think he's going to look great standing next to the dragon that I had made for Jeff. Jeff is going to love this. Just look at that. Hi, Diana, peeking in. We do not have Scully eyes yet. This one is mine, saith the lady. Because, I get the big stuff for everybody else. Except me. Because I got the dragon for my husband. I got the phoenix for my husband. I got the bat dragon for my daughter. And I got the unicorn dragon for me. And oh my gosh, look at this. Okay, Mr. Phoenix, you need to calm down. Get over there in the corner a little bit. It's not your turn. He's got the unicorn horn here. He's got his ears. Look at the detail, how he has these little things on the back. Yeah, you do, Stacy. He's got these little pinchers built into him to make him fierce. And he is long. He is extremely long. Come here, buddy. Put it this way. He is on an 18-inch ruler. He is on an 18-inch ruler, right? And part of his tail still hangs over. 3 sections plus the very bottom of it. And that is, so he's 18 there. Plus 3 sections right there. Plus another 3.5. So he's like 21.5 inches. 21.5, 22 inches. But I love the way it 3D prints. And just see the layers. So yeah, it is, you're getting your money's worth because it is, you're looking at 21.5 to 22 inches long. I guess if you pull his joints as long as they'll go, he's probably 22. And for $30, I don't think I've gone wrong there. And this is the purple and black filament they have. And he will go on the stand, but even his underside, which is his base, looks good. So he is going to somehow fit. And stick his neck right there. have to take out some of the tail. I might have to move him up here. I don't know how I want him. But yeah, he's interesting. I'll put that up there. I want his head more up, so stick his head there. Turn him that way. It's interesting how you, and if you probably gave this to multiple people, they would put it in here different ways. No, that doesn't, it's not going to support there. Short one would support him, I think. Put his body in there. I don't know. I'll figure it out. He's just going to hang around right there, kind of curled up on there for now. He will probably not wind up on his stand most of the time anyway. So I got this unicorn dragon. Oh, goodness. Yeah, we went out Sunday, yesterday morning. And I parked in the shade, left the windows cracked, and it was still reaching over 100, 101 in the car. So today's treasures from Stacy Northern Aurora Treasures. Yes, I got my wonderful unicorn dragon. I am not disappointed. This is the black and purple filament they use. It is absolutely gorgeous. I might get other things in this exact filament because that's my style filament there. And I got my husband a phoenix to go with his dragon. And this is in the orange and yellows, orange red, and it goes into yellowy tones, which is what he wants to get in his own tattoo of a dragon. A phoenix. He already has a dragon. My daughter has taken away the bat dragon. That was a beautiful blue. I got the cutest. It's a llama. And I got a turtle, multicolored turtle. Yeah, Jeff played with his dragon and got it the way he wanted it on his stand, and that's fine. My brain is kind of fuzzed out right now. My Kinder Egg is still like soft. I might have to put it in the refrigerator to harden it up before I can open it. Because I live in the South. And it gets hot and everything melts. And then I got various, like I said, I got the coffee candy that I love that they send. I got tea, some Tootsie Rolls, and some Werther's Originals from Canada, which are always cool. And then she gave me a variety of shells, which is really cool and coincidental. Because last night we were talking about me adding shells to my display, as I said earlier. And I had my little container of shells pulled out. It has a sticker on it, says it was $1.60, but I think that was the container, not the shells. And now, I don't know that these will fit in here. No, these will not fit in here. Some of them will, but some of them will not. But then Stacy sends me more shells to add, which I think is really cool. So these will definitely be put in my display. No, not even that. None of these will fit. So, because I got, these are cheap. Well, the only ones that fit were these two. Because this is like small shells. But now Stacy has given me additional shells to add to the collection. So that will go in my crystal shelf with my under the water stuff. So some of the water fossils like coral, ammonites, shark's teeth and stuff like that. These will go with this. So it was just cool that she sent me something that fell straight in alignment with what I was talking about doing last night. And using real shells in my cabinet display. So having those to add to that is kind of cool. So Stacy will forever be in my crystal cabinet. These dishcloths that she makes are like really good. And these will not be made into dishcloths because, as I said, my family does not respect the dishcloth. They abuse it. These should not be abused, but I will use these. I love the colorations of them too. I'm not sure how I will use them yet, but they will get used. The box that everything came in needs to be emptied into my craft box because it has various pretties. I'm sitting here shaking out stuff because Stacy has taken lessons from Kendra, evidently. Possibly even uses some of the stuff that Kendra has sent. Do not worry if I send you something that I make. These are things that will not be included. That looks like a piece of shell. That is a little piece of shell. And yes, I absolutely do this with every one of Kendra's boxes and with Stacy's boxes as well. As I come up and I empty all this. With the setup, it's kind of hard to totally dump a box because it hits my camera. Sorry if I shook you around a little bit. And I will need to fold up all the extras that was in there. The wrappings and everything. I will have to move those to the bag of wrappings that I will send to Robbie. And the other package that actually has arrived today. Oh, I need to pick this stuff up, don't I? I have no place to undo that. So I shall use the box to put the stuff that needs to go upstairs. My dragon may or may not go upstairs. It may wind up finding a place down here to reside. Jeff's Phoenix will definitely go upstairs because, well, it's his Phoenix, who is currently hugging my unicorn dragon. I will set this box aside and then pull out the Gym Club box. I know what's in here already because I do. There's actually multi-pieces in here. But the biggest one just happens to be something I absolutely love. And I was just going on about last night. Let me see. Oh, look at that. Seeing what that does. It just shows some little. Let me turn off the ring light to do this. It might show better. And this is using the short wave off the gem light. Down here definitely glows. If I switch it to long wave, it shows a little bit different. That's the blue inspection light. But look at this piece. Oh, I don't know what the Ipsy Queen is, but hi, bye. So this is fluorite from India. And then, you know, it comes in a wide range of colors, purples, greens, blues, and yellows. And this one is absolutely gorgeous. It has a lot of squarish pieces in here. Not truly cubes, but squarish. I have some little bits and pieces that fell off that's in the box that will go into my skull that I have. That's what this is. Isn't that a beautiful piece of fluorite? You know, fluorite is one of my favorites. And this fluorite happens to be in one of my favorite colors, which is the purples. And let me see. Turn that down a little bit. Yeah, so now you can see it a lot better. It is in the purples, so it has some really beautiful ability to glow.
Hello, everyone.
Topher says hello, everyone. Oh, that's cool, Diana. So that means you'll be posting that one up. Not sure what is on here as far as this part goes. Oh, let me turn my other one back on. I really need to mark these as to which one is white light and which one is black light. But there are some other stuff on here. And when I go to ID it, I will try to isolate this to find out what this specimen is that is on here, what the matrix is with it, because that is an absolutely gorgeous little piece there, which isn't technically a little piece. So now I have a few additional pieces to add to my fluorite collection, my ever-growing fluorite collection. I have this specimen with no indication of what it is. There was no sheet to go with it. So I am going to attempt to identify it. Otherwise, I send a picture to Reed and say, "What is this?" This says it's a wolfenite. That's what it says. If it is, it's a different wolfenite from what I already have. Let me go from a different angle. Yep, it still says it's wolfenite. So it may be that I have a new specimen of wolfenite, which I'm not complaining because wolfenite does have many different looks, and it's wolfenite on that side too. So yeah, from 3 different angles it lists wolfenite. So I'm going to say this is wolfenite. And would you guess to know what this is? What this cute little thumbnail is? Do you know what that is? The paper that came with it confused me. Don't know what the phone app is going to say it is. It does not come up. Absolutely does not come up with what it says it is. So I'm going to have to verify with him of what it says it is, what the sheet says it is. Let me see if I can get it. Because what it is not peridot. Not peridot. There are some crumbles in there now. Because that's, I looked at it and I was like, oh, cool. And now, according to the sheet, it's a green garnet. And, it's a small but exceptionally fine specimen of this this one says red. And so I'm not sure that's what it is. So I'm going to have to contact him because this sheet specifically says deep red gemstone. And you can get green garnets, but this sheet says red. And this is obviously not red. And so I'm going to have to figure out what it is versus what it is not. And I shall message read now. This was in my package, and I'm not sure what it is because the one sheet that I had that could have matched it says it's a garnet, but the sheet says it's a red stone, and this is clearly not a red garnet. And then I shall send him a picture. It says it's loading the picture. So yeah, it's definitely green. And you can get a green garnet. I actually Googled that. Make sure he actually gets this. Let me see if it is weird because how it works on my phone. And see, it's not letting me pull up the photo now, so I don't know if he actually got it. Well, they've started cutting the wall out of the house where they're going to put that big, huge amethyst in the wall and just make it flush with the wall to make it look like it was just built in there to begin with. And obviously the outside of it the back side of it will stick to the outside of the room. It's going to be interesting to see that. But yeah, because if the phone app comes up and says it's diopside. Let me see if I can open this box up a little bit more so I can get a better. And now it's saying it's a peridot. So now I have two different. If it's a peridot, that'd be really cool. That is my daughter's birthstone. So there it says it's a peridot. Interesting. So you may be right in that it may be a peridot. Get some more pictures of it. So yeah, it's Interesting. So very, very interesting. Yeah, it's all over showing it's a also called an evening emerald if it's a peridot. So we shall see. I shall take some pictures this way. I think I did. I did. Let's see if I can access pictures. What's really cool is I use an app. I can actually I can access my phone from my PC. And so that makes it kind of cool. So now I have two images here. I think I can drop those here. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, open that one. See if I can get it to upload both of them to him. This PC, microphone, internal storage, DCIM camera. There. Now I know that he got the pictures. So this is a pretty green rock that came in my package from the gym club. And we'll have to figure out what it is. Have fun at work, Diana. So yeah, because the paperwork that came with this is just not matching. It's just not matching. So we'll just leave it at that. Because it says it's a red garnet. Now, if it would have said it was a beautiful green specimen, I would have accepted that it was a garnet because you can have a green garnet. But this sheet specifically says red. So, yeah. But I did get another specimen of wolfenite, which is cool. And it's different from my other wolfenite. So that makes me happy that I have, a variety of wolfenite. But the big one is the India fluorite. And I love my fluorites. So, yeah. Yeah, I have not been with the gym club long enough to start receiving duplicates. So I need to check and make sure that I'm not. because we're not supposed to receive duplicates for the first 12 months. I do want to move that. I don't want it on the downside, heavy side. Don't want those getting smushed in there. But I am going to put these back in the box it came from. And any crumbles that came off of any of this, I will pull up and they will go in my skull that I have down there. Or up there, I should say. I have that clear jar, the skull jar, and anytime I have little extra pieces in my boxes, I absolutely put those in a jar, in that jar. And so that little jar has a touch of all kinds of specimens, which I think is really cool. I'll put this behind me so I can put it in the bag, because I have a bag of bubble wrap for Robbie. And get that out of my way. So I can lay this over here. I need to check my Amazon and find out where Scully's eyes are. Because they have not arrived yet. And they should arrive today. Order. It was delivered today. Can someone please bring down my package that is sitting at the front door? So Scully's eyes came in, and for those that were not here yesterday, I had done an unboxing and I had this little guy, and he's partially dressed now. It's Terry's fault. He's partially dressed. Oh, yeah. Now they do send me some stuff that I already have, but it's okay. I'm not stressing over it because it's not. God, they're sending me some beautiful pieces. So I have Scully, and Diana made a comment that Scully would look cool with red glowing eyes. That was on Saturday. And then yesterday, I pulled Scully out again, and Diana started again on the red glowing eyes. And then someone said, ruby eyes. And I remembered I have tons of costume jewelry and just miscellaneous pieces and parts. So I went on a mission and started unboxing that stuff instead of doing what I was supposed to be doing. But that's okay. It was fun. It just went through a lot of stuff. I just stuck red leather in his eyes right now because I wanted to get the look. And yeah, he's going to look cute with red eyes. So I now ordered some of those peel and stick red fake gems that are going to go into his eyeball sockets. Terry said he needed a headscarf, so I cut a piece of leather and tied it on. And Terry said now he's partially dressed. So Scully's been hanging out, waiting for his new eyeball peepers to come in. He's just hanging around with me. Terry said he needed lips. He is not getting lips. They keep saying he needs tooth whitening. He's not getting that either. He's a little sensitive about his teeth. He has white teeth over here, but most of them are not white, and he can't help it. So yeah, now we got the headscarf here. Pretty soon, Scully will have eyeballs. He needs cavities, yeah. No. He's just going to stay the way he is. I'm okay with him being the way he is. We love him. We love him just the way he is. Right? We are all accepting. Judge not. If you're going upstairs, will you grab my package and bring it down to me?
Nope. Wasn't planning on coming back down.
Oh.
So I'm tired.
Oh, good God. Kids stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning. They're upstairs, Terry. They're sitting upstairs waiting to be brought down because they just came in and Ollie said he was going to bring them down. So I'm waiting for that package to come downstairs. I mean, I ordered him his eyes yesterday. So yeah. I guess they'll be here in a minute. I still love my unicorn dragon that I got. Terry, did you see the unicorn dragon from Stacy? They're absolutely gorgeous. Mine came in, it's purple and black. I love it. I should put that up. My stuff that needs to go upstairs, I've got a bigger collection of it, so I guess I have to go up, start hauling it upstairs. It's hard for me with my legs acting up. It gets hard for me going up and down the stairs. Especially carrying stuff. It's really hard for me to carry stuff up and down the stairs. So I try to enlist the children to do that. And I've now had a Get Swamped unboxing, a Kendra Tully's unboxing, Stacy's unboxing, the Gym Club unboxing. So I have like 4 unboxings sitting here now. Oh, that sucks. So the doctor you use for him just, I'm not working anymore. Done. Yeah, I can't imagine having a doctor for something special like that and then them just stop. I mean, we had that happen once, which was tragic, because it was the transplant doctor for my ex's daughter. We were literally scheduled for her transplant. And he scheduled it to be after he got back from going home. He was from Africa, somewhere in Africa. And when it was time for him to come back, and he should have contacted us regarding the surgery for the transplant, kidney transplant, we get a message that we need to find a new doctor and get some recommendations for another doctor at their facility because her doctor was killed in a car crash. We did find another doctor. We did do the transplant. It was successful. But it was kind of sad because we had been working with this man for a while. She had a fondness for him and she trusted him. And he just died, you know? And at least they told us so she knew that it wasn't her. When the child lived with her mother always made her feel less than. Yes, Terry, you can ask me a question. Ask me anything you like. I may or may not answer. Which is my right to answer or not. I shall wait for Terry's question. Oh, the diabetic, you mean the medicine or the strips to test your glucose level? Nothing here is free. Most things are reduced rate. And if you're referring to medication, some of Jeff's are. The insurance covers the cost of it for some of the medications. I think his glucosamine is covered completely by the insurance because it is an relatively inexpensive drug to manufacture. So the cost of that is low. And so the insurance is willing to cover that cost. He has a couple of them that are like that. The insurance covers the cost of the med because it's low enough. But then he has other ones where it does not. Yeah. We do pay co-pays with the insurance on all the blood work we have to have done. And the longer you take care of yourself, the better it gets. And you do it really well, and you can get the blood work done once a year. Maybe twice a year. Yeah. All of our blood work, we pay a copay on it. Anytime we go to the doctor. The medications, depending on what medication you get, the insurance may cover it all. Jeff takes multiple medicines to control his diabetes. Some of them do not cost us anything, but some of them do. And we do receive a discount because we buy them at 3 months at a time. What kind of are you taking glucosamine? I mean, it depends what medication you're taking. And some pharma companies, I don't know how they work in other countries, but if you have trouble paying for your medications because you're on a fixed income, you can actually petition to the drug manufacturers, and some of them will give you a discount card or give your medicine for free. My mother used that because she had retired, and her medicine for her heart was going to cost her about $100 to $150 a month. And that much coming out a month out of her check was just crazy. Metformin. Yep, metformin is common, not glucosamine. Metformin. Jeff takes that one. Are they charging you for the metformin? Yeah, metformin is a very common medication for diabetes. I think the child forgot my package. I'm texting Ollie to see. Where my package is. Because I could have gone up there myself to get it. I could have put the stream on hold, ran upstairs, got the package, and ran back downstairs. Well, not really run, because some people don't run, and I'm one of them. Why don't they just give you a glucose monitor and let you check it yourself at home? Yeah, but see, they should have you on a home glucose meter and tell you that, pre-meals, this is what it should be. Ollie, take this. Thank you. But they should tell you that if you haven't eaten in this amount of time, this is what your glucose should be. And if you, after an hour and a half of eating, this is what your glucose should be. They should be doing that. Yeah, you need to, that is actually the best way to do it, not once a week. So you can monitor yourself on the daily and know how your body reacts to different foods. Because people are unique and not all bodies act the same. So there may be something very specific that you eat that jacks your glucose level through the roof. And you knowing that that specific food does that to you is important. That way you control that, it's like, I know if I eat more than a teaspoon of sugar or a teaspoon of honey, or I know I can eat a teaspoon of honey and it not affect my glucose level. You can't know that unless you're testing at home on a regular basis. My husband has been a type 2 diabetic for quite some time, and he tests multiple times a day here at the house, so that when he goes in to see his doctor is happy. Yeah, the tea in and of itself is not going to hurt you. It's all that daggum sugar. Okay, time for Scully to get real eyes. I shall pop his fake eyes, his fake leather eyes out. Let me press them in place. Yeah, raw honey that has not been processed, your body does process it differently, so it makes it better for you in the long run. But you can't use tons of it. So now I have a whole bunch of fake red crystals. I have no clue what to do with. All because Diana talked me into giving Scully red eyes. And now he gets his little headscarf back on. And now I got to take a quick picture so I can email it to Diana because I told her I would. Okay, so now I need to take this picture. I need to go to my email account. Diana. Subject Scully. Attach. From this PC, from my phone, internal storage, DCIM camera. Scully. He has a fly on his head. Oh, I forgot to bring the hats down. Dadgummit. Okay, you guys entertain yourselves for 5 minutes. And I will be right back. Let me find something. I will put my little BRB right there. I'm going to run upstairs. Yes, that was a fly on his head. So watch the flies. They will attack him. Because someone keeps opening doors and leaving them open and letting the flies in. What I have is, I have a miniature red hat. And a purple one. Yep, Marcia yells for Lily every time. That one looks a little too small for his head. That one doesn't fit all the way on his head. Sits like on top. This one actually fits on his head. Try to shape it a little bit. Yeah, I think this one fits better. It's Scully's hat. So yeah, that one fits him pretty. Let me see if his white headband will fit on it. So do we leave it with the black one or do we put the white one on it? The black hat band or the white one, Terry? Marsha likes the white. I can always change it up and leave the black one underneath it. I need to turn this a little bit because one of the things that has to happen is the tie has to be center back because I'm weird like that. So yeah. Even Scully gets a Tory original. I might have to put some glue on the hat. And shape it into place. Let it glue so it'll dry so it'll stay holding its shape. Because this front piece is not flat and it's driving me crazy that It's not flat, but it's also not dipping its center. Like if it's going to dip in the center, then it needs to dip in the center, not wave. So yeah, Scully will go in the cabinet like this. He will be special. He will be the only one wearing a hat. This is Scully after he got dressed. I have to send this to Diana. Some people are going to think we're crazy. Just so you know, some people will think we're crazy. You know what? But Diana needs a giggle at work, right? This is on my phone. This PC Z Fold, internal storage, DCIM, camera. Scully all dressed. So I sent this picture to let me see if I move this over here, then it'll let me share it and show it. I'm learning this whole thing about how to make these things work. So this is what I have sent to Diana and told her that this is him all dressed up. What you got, buddy?
I don't know how to pronounce that.
This is not ours.
Okay. I just don't know how to pronounce the name.
Clinton Brown. I don't know who that is. It's 26. That's the right address, but that's not our mail.
Yeah, no.
So I sent this picture to Diana.
Huh?
We've dressed up Scully.
Nice.
He's got red
I
eyes.
You were talking to me when you said you sent a picture.
No, I'm talking to my stream. He's got red eyes
Nice.
because Diana said he needed red eyes. Terry said he needed a hat, so Terry picked this hat, and then this is the hat band we put on him last night. So
Nice.
Scully's all dressed up, ready to go.
Do I get a pet?
You're gonna pet Scully?
No, I was gonna take him as a pet.
No, you can't have Scully as a pet.
Damn.
My grandchild is trying to steal my Scully. He wants to steal Scully and have Scully as his pet. Yeah, I need a smaller skull for this hat to fit. That one's just too. Yeah, see, this is just too small. He won't. The good thing is the kids don't just nab my stuff like that. They ask. I'll make a comment that they snagged it from me and stuff like that, but they actually do ask. It's like when I did the unboxing, Topher looked at the rock that Mimi's mom had painted that had a pair of snakes on it, and he kind of touched it, and then he pulled his hand back, and I'm like, what? And he goes, I like that one. But yeah, he looks cute. I can't deny it. I just have to fix the front of this. So now I have this other little hat just sitting up here. What is this? That's burnishing. I don't want to burnish it. No burnishing needed. This stuff just dries up. It drives me crazy. Oh, goodness. Go ahead, Marcia. I'm putting some stiffener stuff on this so I can shape it, hopefully, and give it some shape and let it stay in that shape. You shall see how this works. I'm gonna have to make sure I pour it out of the main jug into a jar each time, small quantities, because this stuff starts to harden and it gets these pieces in it that look just totally disgusting. And I don't want it to dry with that on my piece, even if it's not a serious piece. So the spam calls are coming in like crazy. Let's see if I can get this to flatten on each end and curl in the middle. Curl up each side. But I want it flat. And if it's going to dip at all, it needs to dip a little in the center. And as this stuff dries, I can mold it a little bit. Marsha, I'm here if you need someone to talk to later. Always here. I think I like it better flat. You might have to put something on it to hold it flat, I guess. need some two-sided tape to keep it on his daggum head right now. Oh, I'm shaping him. And they do this with real hats too, is they do put a stiffener on it when they go to shape them. And they basically play with them until they get them where they want them. And the stiffener stiffens. When they steam a hat, it kind of almost reactivates that stiffener. And makes it where they can reshape it. When I make a hat for someone else, I actually do not do the shaping process. And part of that is so that they can make it uniquely their own and wear it however they feel more comfortable. Yeah, there you go. So now Scully is pretty much done, I guess. His hat will finish drying up in a little bit. I will brush it a little bit. I am sending positive vibes to Kimberly Mills today. Kimberly is going in for orientation to go back on the road. Still driving trucks was not Kimberly's idea of what she wanted to do. She wanted to retire from trucking and move on to doing something else. However, life situation says you got to do what you got to do to succeed. And in order to reach the goals that she wants to reach, she absolutely has to go back on the road now in order to get where she needs to be later. Something else I ordered for myself yesterday, which I hate when companies send these kind of bags out and they make them in faux leather. Drives me nuts. But something I needed for me. You know how many pendants I've bought from Lisa, Kendra, and Robbie that I can't wear on a fake chain because I can't wear fake jewelry. My body says, I'll let your skin eat itself if you do. So I bought myself a nice sterling chain that I think is small enough to fit through all of those different pendants. So I bought myself a nice chain, little sterling silver chain. And I'd almost thought that I'd done this before, but I can't find a sterling silver chain, so. But this faux leather doesn't even feel good, but anyway. The jewelry is nice. I got a card with it. And you can scan it and sign it for your lifetime warranty on your piece. So I will do that later. I do not know why every time I get on a stream, there is a great debate in my leather care group. But it seems when I go live, that is when they want to share their information and everything they've done and everything they're doing. And yeah, this is still really soft. I just know there's something in it. So yeah, one of the kids come down, I'll have them put it in the fridge for me for a little bit. I need to drink some more coffee. Before I drink coffee, I'm drinking water because hydration is important. But I do have my coffee here. And now we are going to get back. Oh, I've got this pendant for Diana. And a bag of chains for Terry. I added another chain to it today. But I got a couple of project stuff going on here. You sit here and look pretty, man. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to make his hat stay put because it's driving me crazy that it keeps falling off his head. Now, that should stay for a bit. I'm just rolling the edges of this hat a little bit to give Scully his unique appearance. There we go. Obviously, I can't. I've got to watch where I push down on that hat. Yep. So, I'm happy with him. I hope Diana is happy with her creation. So, now I get back to my regularly scheduled, often interrupted project. See, I cleared that tub out yesterday, and so I put everything in here. Made it convenient. So, to follow up on what we did, we have everything sewn. This is the outside of the hat. It looks like the inside, but it is the outside. This is the inside of the hat. And what I'm doing is I'm going in and doing some cross stitching across these stitches. The reason for that is it'll create a reinforcement for this center seam, which is the seam that holds the hat together. So I'm just adding an extra layer of reinforcement there before I sew on the hat band, which goes against the head, and the brim, which gives the front shape. I do have some glue here that I put on these ends the other night. It'll be hidden when the hat band goes on, because the hat band goes on and gets flipped to the inside. I will possibly tack it in a couple of places just to help it stay put. And I'm just going under the stitches. All the way up, and I'm doing one needle at a time. I will come in with the other needle and I will go this way. But what happens is when I do this, I can actually pull that just a little bit and share the stress load of the seam on these two stitch lines that I have here. And that gives us 3 points of stress of what is supporting the stress for each seam. Hope Marcia can get everything straightened out for the hubby and for herself. Isolating the seam to make it stand up a little bit helps get the needle in this without having to mangle the hat at the seams too much. The seams are part of what give this hat structure. So you don't want to mess up that structure. This is a hat that would not be fun to try to make in miniature just because there's so many parts. I'm thinking I could probably do the other flat cap like I did for Scott. I could probably do that one in miniature. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet means that Tori is going to eventually try it. Maybe make it for one of my other skulls. I don't know. Wind up with a whole hat troop in my cabinet. A whole troop of stone skulls wearing hats. I am right-handed, so it is easier for me to handle my needle in my right hand. So I'm actually turning this to do it so that I can use my right hand to do stitching. Otherwise, I'm going to be constantly switching the needle between my left hand and my right hand. And this is just far better. I have one more seam. No. Yeah. Only one more seam to go before I get on the next part of this hat. So no more scullies. No more pulling out skulls and making eyeballs, finding eyeballs for them. And hats. Of course, doing all that would require me to go upstairs. And I am not going upstairs. So, finish stitching this seam. Still losing my voice. If my voice goes, then it's all ASMR. Watch me. So we will see. We shall see if my voice lasts. This part is not fun. It's not hard. It's just tedious, repetitive in nature. And sometimes it's frustrating when something's so simple. It just won't, the angle of the stitches and all just won't let it just flow freely through there the way it should. Fun. I need to find which times I'm going to work on the cabinet upstairs. That will not get recorded, by the way. I have too much other stuff in that room that I am not putting on camera. Put me a little bit of a surgeon's knot on there. Again, the surgeon's knot creates tension on the knot, which makes it less likely to slip out before you can do anything with it. Think about it, it's put that way for sutures, so that sutures will stay put in your body until either your body rejects them and pushes them out, or you have them properly removed. So now I'm on the last line here for this one. And then on to the next. Is that a really long black piece here already? Yes. Oh, that's long enough. My scissors are magnetic. I keep my scissors magnetic for a reason. When I drop pins, they're easier to find. Most scissors do not automatically come magnetic. One way to make them magnetic is to let them live with a magnet, rub magnets on them. I have some really strong magnets, and I will rub them on my scissors, and then also I will let my scissors just sit on them or sit with them. So I have this, and it's like this. I will put my scissors like this, and have, and which makes them magnetic, or they pick up things. And you can take something that's not normally magnetic, which most of my stuff is, because it's just the nature of how I keep my stuff. You can see I put stuff on here all the time. All of this stuff has been exposed to magnets. Very little do I have that I don't expose to magnets. And that is usually stuff that should not be exposed to magnets because it's not safe. For, like your computer, you shouldn't put magnets on your computer. It's not safe. Yeah, this blade is not magnetic. I'll show you what I was doing. I don't know that these blades can become magnetic, but we're going to find out. And just like that, my blade is now picking up things. From a non-magnetic to magnetic. So you don't need to spend absorbent amount of money trying to buy special magnetic scissors or anything like that. You just do it yourself. I keep magnets next to my work area because it's a place for me to throw all metal objects as I'm working with them. When I'm working with rivets, I will pull out the rivets I need, and I'll put them all on my magnet. So they're right there ready. And they're not going to fall all over the place. And I'm stitching right through the glue area. I'll tell you what, there's a reason I usually don't take Dayquil. It, for some reason, knocks me off my socks. It's like I took one dose of NyQuil. I took that about 4 o'clock this morning, and I'm still feeling drowsy. So it's coffee time. I do close the lid to my coffee when I'm not drinking it because we have flies in the house because my daughter left the back door open. So I close that top because I'm not drinking fly coffee. Because that'd be kind of gross. hoping to hear from Kimberly Mills that things went well at her orientation. Her dad was taking her today to the orientation. They originally said they were renting her a car, but they kind of waited till the last minute and couldn't get a car. Evidently in that area, rental cars go quick and you wind up with no transportation. So they couldn't do that. She's still 5 hours away from her actual car. And so going and getting that just wasn't feasible at the time. So her dad was supposed to take her to her orientation for work so that she can get back on the road, making some monies. And then she can look at what it looks like for her to not work on the road, and what does she have to do to make it where she doesn't have to work on the road anymore, because that is her ultimate goal. That is when she said, I'm not going to drive anymore. That was because that is her ultimate goal, is to stop driving. She's driven on the roads for quite some time. It is hard on the body. Anyone that thinks it's not hard on the body is insane and has never driven in cars for 12 to 16 hours a day with minimal stops. Because as a truck driver, if your wheels aren't rolling, you're not making money, because they get paid by the mile. A lot of them do. So they get paid by the distance. You get so much money, so many pennies, so to speak. They might pay you 35 cents a mile. Well, if you don't roll, you don't get paid. But if you run that 350 miles, that's $100. Boom, done. Or 100 miles. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 100 miles for 35 cents. Is that right? No. I can't even math today. So if you're getting paid 35 cents a mile and you run 100 miles, there's your $35 for 100 miles. And so you can decide how much you need that day to make. If you get paid 35 cents a mile, how many miles do you have to run to get your, $500? You want to make $500 that day. And so you have to decide, if I'm going to drive 500 miles and I only get paid 35 cents a mile, I have to run over 1,400 miles. But I think they get paid more than that. But some of them might pay a base pay plus mileage. But still, you're doing the same thing, as you know what your base pay is for that day. But how many miles do I need to drive to make the money I need? Because you know what your finances are. So you might say, my house note, rent, or whatever, plus my utilities, and stuff like that, all that costs X number of dollars, and divide that out for how many days you're going to be on the road. You know how much you need to make on average a day. I know that some truck drivers, they get paid by the load, but they get paid a specific amount. So they're contracted amounts. So if you're delivering to company A, that load brings in X number of dollars. If you drive for company B, you get this much money. And so, you try to see how fast you can get that load delivered and pick up the next load. If you're getting paid by the load, you want to get as many loads in as possible in a week. And which situation is best for you would be dependent on you. No one can tell you which one is best. I could never work in that situation because of the way my mind works. I have to have a definitive answer for how much money I'm going to have. So even when I was cocktail waitressing and working in the bar, everything was based off of my hourly salary and not any of my tips. My tips were all considered as extras, niceties. Let's go out and have a drink, partying, because I was young. That was going out to eat money. Let's go spend money on a new outfit just because I can money. It was absolutely not pay the bill money. So my bills had to be within my dollar that I could afford. And at the time I was in college and living with 3 other people. So my bills weren't really that expensive. So working at the bar, I made good tips because I wasn't stupid. Being young and having a good figure meant that I was wearing skirts with really high cuts up the leg. And I would bend over and I would show my leg, and wearing low cut things because, like I said, I wasn't crazy. I used my assets to get what I wanted. My screen keeps flickering and it makes me think that somebody typed something, but no one did because there's nobody here. Somebody's here. Maybe that's why it flickered at me. Burning these threads. Ooh, try not to burn my fingers. So I melt these threads because these threads are poly. I did burn my finger a little bit, which means the threads will melt and they will create little balls that cannot pass back through the thread holes. And I am hammering it against my hand because that's what I can fit in here. Ooh, this way it's showing the shape of that hat. So let me see what I can do here. And you guys know I love to hammer my seams. It helps with the shape of all the things. Knock out all these seams. It helps set the stitches in the seams. It helps the threads fill the holes. Because of how it spreads it out in the holes. distributes the wax into the holes because the thread is waxed. These have already been tapped out. Go the other way and tap out these a little bit more. It also helps give it the shape it needs. A lot of people do this and they don't do it on camera. They'll do it off to the side. I don't mind doing anything on any of my stuff on camera. I tell people all the time I don't have any trade secrets. Since I already have this up here, I'm going to start at this side and hammer down. You can tell there's people just looking for a stream to watch. Because all of a sudden the number of people here jumps. It'll jump up and they'll stay for a minute and then they jump down and leave. One more. Do that one. And my streams are exactly what I say they are. I'm leather crafting. That's what I do. So we got the hat. I had to put the button on top because it just looked like crap otherwise. There's the inside. You can see that leather piece there is covering up where all these panels meet because it was like a royal mess in there. But it is what it is. And now I have to set this part aside because we'll be working with this. And I evidently forgot to mark on that piece where the brim starts. So I will have to count that. This thread meant nothing. It is just a thread I put here for the sake of hanging it up. Because like I said, I have one of the head things for hats sitting over here. It is cloth and I poke things into it to hold it in place. So let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's coming up with these two. Let me see if that makes sense. See if that makes sense for the center. This one is a little easier to find center because as long as I line up the holes, it'll be easy enough to find where the center is. Oh, I just threw my needle down. And I think it made it to the floor. Did. And it is. These two are the center. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So right there. Then we only have to mark this on one side because we're only going to sew it from one side. So I've got that marked. I don't need to mark this one because obviously it has limited numbers. Pull that out. I'm going to go ahead and stitch this together. I am only going to use this one thread, so I'll go up and then I'll come back down. There's plenty enough thread here, and I will leave a good tail for that. On the inside, it'll wind up giving a crisscross pattern. On the outside, it will not. So you'll have an X pattern on the inside and straight bars on the outside, which is how I like to put together hat bands. Yeah. And I will actually do an extra stitch at this end for anchoring it, and because it'll make them consistent. So right now we've got bars going in one direction, but they're just straight across here. But when I start stitching back the other way, I get the crosses on this side, or X's, however you want to define it. I don't want to puncture through that thread, so I'm going to pull it to the other side out of the way. So now it has crosses. Hi. So this comes up with just the bars across, and there's two sets of thread on each end. I will, Marcia. And then the X is there. I mean, it's finished the way the pattern actually calls for it. I just chose to use a different size piece because the piece that was originally there was bigger. And so I used the original piece on the inside to cover up where all the panels meet, and did that on the outside. It is glued in place. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. And I got the hat band here. Just stitched it all together. I need to double check before I continue to make sure that that is exactly how it is supposed to be. This is the video for it. Out of the flat caps, the other style is my favorite. Okay, I might have to skive this a little bit to make it curve better up. Okay, he does do it this way. I am stitching it the way it's intended to be stitched because that's what's important. If it is, if it was intended to be crossed over, if the leather was intended to be overlapped and then stitched, it would be different than if I did it this way. It would cause a difference of counts of difference in the count of holes, and having it off by one hole would be unacceptable. One hole may not seem like much, but it is. It matters. Something so simple, it matters. And I'm going to move these threads down a little bit, and I'm going to push that under the stitches. This will not show because this is going to be, it's going to flip inside the hat when I'm done. And so I'm doing this so that at the end of the day, I will be able to have this tied off and not have the thickness of that right at a point where I have other stitches coming in. And so I'm pulling it down, and I will knot it off again. I think I'm going to start watching Game of Thrones again. Sorry for the randomness. Marcia can continue to take her calls as needed because that is important business to deal with. That is extremely important business to deal with. Because Marcia's health and the health of her husband is extremely important. that that burnt part is down here, and it's not affecting when I go to stitch the next part and stitch through these holes. I can get through without having any of that burnt thread, melted thread in the way. That was the point of that. This will get stitched to the hat, whereas this goes here. This will get stitched to the outside of the hat for the majority of it, but then all of a sudden it will transition because the brim will come into play. This will be stitched to the brim. These two pieces will get stitched together, and then this hat band will come around, and it'll be around most of it, but then this hat brim will kick in and be part of it as well. So that's going to be pretty cool. Like I said, this will be up here. This is, yeah, there's the center. This will come here, and the hat band will be in here, like this. It'll wind up on the inside at the end of the day, but yeah, it's gonna be cool. I need to move. I got a screen I need to move back into place, and that's not it. I don't need that one. It's Scully. My picture to Diana. And now I'm wondering if Terry needs any other things other than chains for his work. So I need to get myself some new business cards. I'm almost out of business cards, so I want to add some more and add my information for my YouTube. Let's see if I can get any additional people out there. So I need to try to cut down on this because I need to fold this, and it's really tough to fold. So I'm going to actually mark around it. Where that line is that I want to scribe it. And cut it back a little bit. And I do it this way so I have a definitive line of how far out I want to scribe or cut back my leather. So I want to cut down a little bit in here. And there are tools for doing that. I just have to find the right one. Let's see if I can cut into it a little bit here. Any markings I put on here will be hidden because this will all be underneath the leather. This tool stinks. It's going to break. It's cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. I need to find my case of other stuff. My first aid kit's in the way. Okay. I have a case that has cutters in it. Oh my goodness, this is getting heavy. Yeah, I've got to get Joker to pick this up and take it up. I cannot carry that box with all my stuff in it from everybody that I've gotten in this last week. The box is absolutely too heavy with my hands giving me the trouble that they've been giving me. So I'm moving stuff around, trying to find I have a cute little zippered case. And in that case are tools for cutting all these edges. Oh, I just found a battery pack. And someone is dinging my phone. It is not in my box of stuff. Box of stuff means it's the box that has all of my grommets, rivets, specialty cutters, hole punches, buckles, all that kind of stuff is in the box. It's okay because I just found the lighter, which is one of my favorite lighters, not where it belongs, because it should not be down here, just hanging out. And this is another one of the edgers. This is a better edger, but don't think it's edge beveler, I guess I should say. It goes this way, and it cuts down just a little bit to round the edges, which is perfect for any part that's going against your body and stuff like that. It's great for creating nice, smooth edges. You round off those edges just a little bit, and it gives it a better feel when it's against your body. So the inside of a hat is one of those times that the edge beveler is wonderful. It's also a way to finish the edges of the parts that will be seen to give them a nice rounded edge appearance instead of harsh. Instead of a 90-degree angle on your leather, it gives a more rounded edge. It also helps take out any little imperfections that you may find on your edges. It just helps smooth them out just a little bit. And you can see how little it takes off at one time. But it rounds that edge. I will put another finishing coat on that edge. Make that a little smoother. Nope, don't. When I have few people as mods and few people watching, I may have to make sure that I'm posting my own information to keep myself going. I mean, I'm not a high channel. I'm not a high watched channel. I do not have, thousands of subscribers. I do not buy subscriptions. I will not buy subscriptions. It's just not something I believe in for myself. So I will keep my low counts and just be me. I have some project work here I need to actually move out of my way because it's definitely in the way of what I'm looking for. Scraps galore of various leathers. Some of the leathers, it's really weird because I'll go through stuff over here and it's like, why is this over here? Where did it come from? How did it even get here? It'll be stuff that's not supposed to even be over by me. And it's like, I don't know how it got here. It's like, why is this here? And the one thing I'm absolutely looking for that I know was here is not. And I can't find it. And that's my beveler set, edge beveler set. So I'm going to have to do this a different way. It's going to be not in the manner in which I want to do it, and not in a way in which I recommend to do it. Just double checking to see if it fell off this edge of my table, which I can't reach. More zippers. Craft paper. I use brown craft paper for making patterns. But I have a case similar to this that is full of my cutters for my edges. And so I can find my tins unit, which I do not need at this moment. Actually, I do need it, but not, yeah. It's not here nor there. It's for my pain management, and it's not what I'm looking for. I am absolutely not happy that I can't find it. Because I'm going to have to pull some leather and practice a minute. I need to practice a little bit before I do it the way I'm going to have to do it. Because what I'm looking for is just some reason not here. And I just had my hands on it recently. That's part of the frustration of it. I think someone came over here and moved a couple of things. Well, I know someone came over here and moved a couple of things because I have several things that are not where they're supposed to be. We'll just leave it at that. And this is where I need a cabinet system that I can put things in. So if I have my line, marked. So we're going to pretend I have a lovely scribe mark here. Which is what I do have on this. So I can do this. Basically what I'm doing is I'm shaving the layers to make it a thinner piece of leather inside that zone that I've scribed. The purpose of this is to make it where I can fold that leather. So when you do that, this piece is now thinner than the rest, which makes this easier to do for when I want to stitch that brim in. That piece where I scribed it will go up, and the brim will stay down. So I can do this. I've not done it this way before. I have absolutely watched it done. Worst case scenario is I screw this piece up and have to recut it. I can accept that. Yes, I am pulling a knife towards me. At times I do things that I would not recommend other people do. Getting this started is the hardest part. Yes, I have a first aid kit sitting at my feet. Should I mess up and actually cut myself? I am not home alone. I can scream and have people in here. I am not trying to cut myself. I don't want to cut myself, trust me. I just want to shave this down a little bit. The edges are harder to do than the center when you're on an edge like this edge. I need to go back to watching this from StreamYard because the screen on YouTube is behind what I'm actually doing. So it makes me hesitate when I'm watching it on the from YouTube. I am using my hand against the board to angle myself so I know that I'm not angling, like if I'm cutting the edge, I'm not turning it too far this way. I'm barely angling it down to scrape it and not get a very severe cut off the leather. When you're doing this, you want to take off the minimal amount necessary. Because you want to reduce the risk of making it so thin it takes away the integrity of the leather's strength. You want that integrity to remain and strength to remain so that your leather item doesn't become weak and have extreme weak spots. Another way to do this, which I may switch over to. Hi, Terry. Welcome back. Welcome back to Tori shaving layers of leather off. And I may switch to using the Dremel, which is messier. A lot messier. But it also gives you more control. And also leaves you less likely to slice your fingers open. Either way, I'm going to have to bring the vacuum in to clean up when I'm done. I know it's early in the morning for Terry. Or middle of the night. Let me see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. Oh, no, it's 2:30 in the morning for you. Right? So you're 7 hours. For some reason, I thought you were 6 hours difference. Because it's 8:30 now. So 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. No, see, I told you it was 6 hours. Yeah, almost 2:30. Trying to confuse me and make me think it's 7, Terry. That's not nice. Yeah, I'm so terrified of cutting this and messing it up. I know I just had my little Dremel in my hand. I just found the paracord I was looking for the other day. Either that or I pull out my new tool. I think this one will work. Oh, I need to find the right piece for this now. I just unplugged my ring light. Not intentionally. Try that again. Oh, that is the wrong color light. Actually, I might like that though. Let me see. That one. I have to find something for all these things to sit on. That one has okay, that one. Yeah. I'll have to find the piece that goes with this. So let me get my other tool, my new tool. My good Dremel that I had got dead. Hi Sue. Oh, I am so glad that you enjoyed that and you liked it. Good that hubby was impressed with it too. I am going to put my, let me see if this works. Haha, yes, my battery is working. Now I need to change what tool is on it. I had to get an absolutely new tool because, like I said, my Dremel, which I use a lot, kind of got dead. With Jeff cutting something for me, it decided to quit working. I think I'll use this grinding tool. So my actual Dremel got murdered in the process of fixing something else. So I went down to Harbor Freight because that's what all the girls do when they need a new tool, right? And they had bronze stuff on sale. And then they had a deal that if you buy a certain thing, you get a certain thing. And yeah, it's noisy. I apologize for the noise. It's noisy. Oh, I still can't bend this. Don't know where my sanding wheels are. I need to find them real quick. Which I also just saw them yesterday. I never can find what I want when I want to find it. I can absolutely find it when I don't need it. These are all buffing pieces. And I'm wondering if I can use one of these pieces to file it down a little bit. Because these will do engraving and such. There it goes. Let me see. I'm going to make noise again. Whoa. That started coming out. That's not cool. Good thing none of that shows. That was almost bad because this would have flung and it would have hit me and it would have hurt and it would have put a hole in my body and I would have had to go to the hospital to get it out. So that didn't work. The bag that I just brought up has the thingamabobbers in it. Not brought up, I brought down. I brought it down here. I just brought a bag down that has a box. That is not the box I need. This one is. That one has the sanding in it. I knew I saw it somewhere. That goes not there. It goes on this. Sue, you tell hubby that I make stuff out of dead animal skin for fun, and he's welcome to commission stuff if he wants. As I said, this was messier. Tell him that I make a beautiful turtle purse. So I make a beautiful turtle purse / tote bag that any turtle loving woman would love to have for a birthday, Christmas, or anniversary present, or or a present for any time with no reason at all. I'm trying to help you out here, Sue. And people do get the Get Swamp discount for things. So this is something that is commonly known as leather dust. Leather dust is used in leather repair. So I am stopping for a moment to collect said leather dust. I just need to find something to put it in. And I think I will convert this container from having wax in it. I can put all my wax in this other container. The wax that's in here will not hurt the leather dust because we often mix it with something anyway. We use it to fill cracks and crevices in leather where leather gets split. And mixing it with a wax makes it easier to get it to stick in the hole. So I shall collect said black leather dust. Where is a toothbrush? Because I can't see wasting this perfectly good leather dust. When I know I have a pair of shoes that absolutely needs some. I will have to clean off this when I'm done, but I needed to see if I did not do enough. So put this up here so it can sit where it needs to be. This is probably not the smartest thing breathing, but it is what it is. Okay, make supper. I will talk to you later, Sue. So Sue's turtle is going to be called Purse Charm. I do love making things. Oh, that is still so thick. It's almost thin enough to bend, though. It's getting there. It's just kind of keeping this space cleaned as I go. Apologies if you hear the loud people upstairs that know I'm streaming, but they're loud anyway because they're rude sometimes. That's the benefit of having teenagers in your house. I love my grandkids. I do, and my daughter, but sometimes they forget that the old lady is doing stuff that requires people not to be screaming through the house. So I sometimes have to text them to remind them not to be so loud. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna use to be able to wipe this up with. I might have to dampen. Oh, that works. Yeah, I think if I dampen a paper towel, this will clean right up when I'm done. Yep. Yep, that's still. Aha. Whew. Now my hands are full of leather dust. Part of the cleanup process. I'm the one with the messy projects. So this is one of the things I would normally not, and I probably won't ever do again, is do this part on stream. I will do this prep work elsewhere. I mean, I can take this video and cut this part out and make it a video of its own of doing this part of it, of the process. That if I'm making one for someone else, they can go back and watch this part of the process of exactly how I do it. One of the benefits of doing it the way I'm doing it, as opposed to using a regular cutter the way I was trying to do it to begin with, this is less likely to end in, oops, I got to remake the part. However, it creates a mess. I do have some water down here, I believe. No, I have 2 empty water containers down here. Shoot, those need to go up and get filled with water. Let me see what I have that this cloth will actually work well. I just want to clean it up as I go to minimize the mess. Because trust me, this can get really bad. So I've cut it down a bit, but still, let's see, almost. Almost enough to make it bendable. That Purell wipe might get used, unless I can find my container of baby wipes that I had down here. Which are not visible at this moment either. Because like I said, we rearranged a bunch of things when we were doing some stuff down here. I was helping my daughter with her costume and stuff, and things got moved around. And I can't find things now. Let me text my group chat. Will someone go up to my bathroom and bring me down 1 pack of baby wipes? Please. So there. That'll help clean this mess up. sand on this a little bit more. Feeling this sanding head still has a lot of grit to it still. I have now misplaced the, no I didn't, it's right here. So I think I can manage with that if I wet it. I wish I could call this group. Will it let me? Let me call the child because they're getting loud up there. Will you tell your mother that my stream wants to know what she's talking about because they can hear half of the stuff she's talking about? Because she's that loud. And will someone pay attention to the text to see that I asked for someone to bring me some baby wipes from my bathroom? Thank you. Bye. Because my daughter is extremely loud. I don't know if anyone on the stream actually hears her or not, but yeah, she's loud. And she's dropping the F-bomb up there constantly. Talking about spiders. She might have a slight fear of spiders. Okay, there's not might about it. She definitely has a fear of most spiders. So now I have me some leather dust there. I will be able to use that to do repairs on some boots I have. Leather dust is the worst. It is very drying of the skin. And you can see we went down beyond the actual dyed layer into the grayer layer. I will go back over that with some dye. Fine, because I need one down here anyway. I appreciate it. Thank you. I use baby wipes because one, they clean, but also they moisturize. And when I'm working with stuff that's drying my hands, you can see that's all leather dust on my hands. This helps just clean that up. Clean up my environment a little bit. I'm not working on anything that will get damaged from it. This will not hurt the leather at all. Not this kind of leather. I'm not polishing the leather, so I'm not worried about the lanolin content of these baby wipes. If I were polishing it, so a pair of polishable boots or something like that, I wouldn't want that lanolin in there because it would affect my ability to shine. But on this, it's fine. You can actually see, well, you can see how much I've taken off. You can see how it jumps sizes. And that is where I've sanded down so that I could bend this leather. So that this brim fits. So you can see this is the part that'll go inside the hat. And this will be on the outside of the hat. I'm putting a little moisturizer on this. I'm actually going to use a little conditioner to soften this leather up a little too. Where I want to bend it, giving it that more bendability. This is leather conditioner. Its intent is to condition leather to make it more soft and supple. And in this instance, to make it do what I want it to do. So I'm really wanting to take that edge where I'm trying to fold it. Lily was loud up there. And I had texted once to our group chat and she kept going. Talking about spiders. She gets so excited when she talks about spiders and her innate fear of spiders. Jeff is the firm believer of take the spider outside and let it live its free life outside. I will call 3 times for someone to remove a spider before I squish it. Solely because my husband does not believe in killing spiders for the sake of them being spiders. I do not like spiders. I am not afraid of them. I just do not like them. See if I can get something to hold this to bend it. These edges are hard. Doing it around something like this is not bad. It's just those very edges, the ends, are hard. When I get down here to the end, it's harder to do. So it's easier to do if I can grip it with a pair of pliers and bend it at that point. I wonder if it'll bend easier this way. It doesn't matter to me. Which way it bends. And this way, actually, it might work better because of the bend and because of this crease in the leather. that convincing it to bend this way might be a little easier. So yeah. Because we want that hat to bend when we put it all together. And actually I like it bent this way better because the leather is going to come here and this will be the underside of the brim, which is the prettier part of the leather. I hear somebody. Is that the youngest grandchild? Oh, that's my daughter hiding her face because she was so loud.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was that loud.
Oh, it's Purple Jade. Thank you. Lily absolutely loved her dragon back. You can say that loud. Stacy can hear you. Stacy just got on here. She watched all the other stuff first, so she hasn't heard you screaming upstairs.
About Ellie and Abby should have kissed.
In spiders. And flying spiders and yeah. So tell Stacy how you liked your bat dragon.
I love my bat dragon. He's currently on my shelf of things to be displayed.
You should take a picture and send it to me. As long as it's stuff that Stacy can see.
I think so, yeah.
She's an adult.
Okay.
Please, Stacy, you work in a prison system, don't you, in Canada?
Oh,
So there's not going to be anything on my daughter's shelf you can't see.
okay.
Yeah, Stacy's a whole ass adult.
Okay.
Bending this brim. So much fun. Well, she wouldn't want to send a picture to you or send it to me to give to you if it had something that was adult oriented and you were like you worked at a church. You hear and see a lot working in prisons. So this will be the brim. Now that I've got this folded, what will happen is this will be inside where the head is. So you can see it has oh no, you can't, but it has an angle to it now here. It's a nice, good, almost 90 degree, but not quite. You can see that conditioner almost has hidden my edge where I did some major grinding on the leather. Major sanding with the brawn tool here. But now this will work with the hat to give it its shape. I shall move the brawn out of the way. Blow off the leather dust that's on it. Set it there to go back up on the shelf. It's my expensive Dremel tool. And it actually didn't really cost anything more than what a Dremel would have cost. But it's a tool set, and so all the tools use the same batteries. Oh, this definitely made a mess up here. This is my skull that I got from Kendra that now has red eyes because Diana said it needed red eyes, that Scully needed red eyes. Indy's wearing a purple hat because Terry said that Scully needed a hat. And Terry and Marcia both agreed that his hat band should be white. So, yeah. That's my Scully. He will go in my cabinet with a hat on. Right now, I just have cheap tape holding his hat on, but I will use two-sided tape that I use in my cabinet when I put his hat on permanently, semi-permanently. It won't damage the stone. So yeah. So now I need my hat brim. It's going to go like this in there. No, it'll be like this in the hat. Where's the center? There's the center. So this goes here. Around. And then the leather will, of the hat. And I do this layout not just so that you can see it, but it visualizes things for me. There it goes there. That goes there. And so that'll sit in there. And this will push out to there. And it'll fold. As it stitches, this will fold. Once I flip it, it'll fold on here. So it will be stitched down. And it will fold over. So that edge will disappear. You won't have a raw edge of that leather there. You will just have the hat like that. And then the underside of it will be this finished leather piece. So I just have to get my brain together of sewing this together correctly. This is center back. This goes here. I need to double check. I do have a screen with the video up. So yes, I am correct that this goes like this. He's got the outside out. And I just need to know, does this go on the outside of it like this? I need to scroll this video back just a little bit. It's going to be cool when I finish the hat. I think it goes this way. I can't tell if it goes inside like this. But this is going to go this way in the hat. And so I don't know if it goes this way. Okay, it's on the outside. He's got the hat this way. And this is on the outside of it, like this. I do need to find, I need to get a container to put all my tools in. And pieces and parts for my tools. And I can absolutely not see any of my holes right now. I think this is how it goes. Or do I have this upside down? I think I have it upside down. Ouch. Yeah, I made the hat a while back and thought it was cool. I really need to figure out this. Hold on a second. If this is going in the hat, where it ends up, this is going to end up in the hat like this. So this is ultimately the end, how this is going to sit in this hat. And this brim needs to sit this way in this hat for it to work. Okay, better. I should have it right now. Yeah, I like Scully over there. He's the only one of my skulls I've named, strangely enough. I usually don't name my crystal pieces like that. Get off there. Always hoping my holes line up easily. Guess if someone just wanted a sun visor, I could actually pull that from one of my patterns too. I actually have a pattern for a sun visor now. Yeah, last night's stream of getting this hat finished, it went south real fast. And Diana absolutely took responsibility for that. I kept blaming her last night. She kept admitting it was her fault. Because she got me to go down the rabbit hole for something silly. It was fun. And it's okay because I found a lot of chains that I don't need, that I will send to Terry that he can use in his crafting. So it makes it a win-win situation there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I will leave an abundance of conditioner on the internals of this hat because it will just keep the hat softer. And as the new owner wears it, ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is that hole right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That hole lines up with this hole. Once again, my hands are not cooperating with me 100% today. I froze, I think. Oh, wait. Oh, that's Tony's video there. That's why. Doing stuff similar to what happening in the video I was watching. The guy who makes these patterns, Tony at Diesel Punk Row, he does videos for everyone, everything, all of his patterns like that. Is that right? Yes, it is. But he does the videos, and so I watch them every now and then. Watch what I need of it. So that will be like that. Close that for a minute, because the last thing I need is for all those things to fall all over the floor. And because the nature of how this will go together, it'll end up like this. So to sew it, I'm going to turn my hat inside out. Stitch it like this, if I'm not mistaken, because then this will flip. No, wrong. It's going to end up like this. No, it's going to end up like this. So I have to stitch that to that. Oh, this is going to be so fun to turn. Really, it is. Because that's going to stay there. And then I'm going to turn this to the inside. So, yeah. Pretty sure this is it. I will double check, but I need to tag this so that I don't lose what I just did. And I actually marked the center back. Ahead of time. But I'm pretty sure this gets stitched here. It's just going to be fun when I get to... No, now it'll work. Yep, that'll work. I'll stitch it all the way around. Stitch it all the way around, stitch it all the way around. Yep, that works. And then we'll flip it. Flip it good. And I will use my longer ones of these when I get to the thicker leather. Yeah, I actually did some fussy stitching to get the up and down stripes to be the way I wanted to be, like rainbow. Because if I would have just pulled lengths of thread and used it, it would have looked like sprinkles. Every stitch, every other stitch would be different color. So I pulled thread out longer than the length I needed for one seam. And then found the same color stretch and cut the thread so that I had two pieces, or that they were the same. And then did it so that it would match and it would give these long stripes of one color in the stitching like that. So it had the blue going into the red, and I changed what color was at the start so that it would have a variety of rainbow around it. That was very intentional the way I did that. And Stacy, for you, heads up warning, anything chocolate going to the hotter regions like Florida. And down here, if you think it might leak, you might want to stick it in something. Because this is still really soft. So I'm going to open it later when it cools down a little bit more. But I don't want to make a mess. But I also don't want someone screaming, I got chocolate in my stuff. Yeah, no. I don't care. And I know you would not do anything trying to intentionally harm anyone or their stuff, so. And I do my stitches in certain increments for a reason. And it's so that I can count and make sure that I keep my pieces aligned. And then it makes it where it's easier for me to figure out where I messed up if it comes out and the holes don't match. And they're close enough together that it makes it work for me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Squish it together. Trying to, I need to see. Yeah, it did not leak, so I'm not worried about that part of it. It's just what I thought about. But thank you so much for everything though. The extras that were in there just made me smile. The coffee candies are going to be so yummy in my tummies. So yeah. But it's just something I thought about that, you know, some things leak. I travel a lot with my leather care stuff, and I wind up with a lot of it in Ziplocs because some of it can ooze out of the container when I travel. And the last thing you want is to have oozing stuff all over the place. And now, you know, wintertime, send it all. Don't wrap nothing, just send it. Send it all. That one is longer. He's out of place. I loved my little turtle and my little llama and my Werthers, because Werthers are another one of my candies that I love. And I keep my little snacks down here. So yeah. It's funny because sometimes I'll share with the kids. I'll call them down and I'll give them stuff. So what's this? Candy from Canada. Oh, okay, cool. I'll try it. And they'll try it and decide if they like it or not. You know, people can call them old people. Some people will say they're old person candies. And I'll eat the old person candies all day long. I've been liking Werther since I was a little kid. So if people want to tell me I'm eating old people candy, then I'm eating old people candy. My thumbs are giving me a lot of trouble the last couple of days. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isn't this so fun counting to 5? And Terry's been in and out of here. It depends when he wakes up. He falls asleep, he wakes up. Marsha's been in and out, but she's been dealing with some phone calls that are necessities. Sue came in and then ran away. Run away, run away. So this is going to be cool. So this will be where the head is. The head will sit in here when this flips. And then that'll be up there. I'm testing this because I don't want to sew it and have to take it back out. Now to the fun part, right? I'm wondering if these will be okay through that area. Let me see. Tilt this down just a little bit. So, 1, 2, 5. This one. 1. I think there's another hole there. 2, 3. Oh, I cannot tell where the holes are. There's a hole right here. Where's this hole? Okay, that's that way. That's this way. Okay, so that's... There's a hole there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is going to be that one. I don't think I can finish stitching this until I sew that on. I can't do this. I'm absolutely going to have to work around that. That one's longer. Okay, for right now, I'm just going to sew this piece here. From here to here, you cannot see because I am off the edge. I'm going to stitch this from here to here, along here, so I can remove these so that I can pin the rest of this in. If I don't stitch that part, it won't work. But I'm going to, then I'll pin all that in, and then when I flip it, it'll be perfect. Perfect. So I need a pair of needles here. Scully dude, you're going to have to move out of the way. My grandmother did not keep, the grandmother I grew up closest to, did not keep candy in her house because of diabetes. But she made some of the best desserts and such. Which reminds me, I wonder if Ollie started ice cream. Because I got a recipe for, it's like 3 ingredient, no churn ice cream. So it's something simple the kids can do. And I asked Ollie if he wanted to make it, and he's like, yeah. So I sent the recipe and I got all the ingredients. But I don't recall hearing the mixer going, whipping up the whipping cream for the no churn ice cream. Did the no churn ice cream get started? Question mark. Oh, they just messaged and said, not yet. Yeah, this one you use the whipping cream and you whip the whipping cream up to, I think it's 2 cups of whipping cream. And you whip it up to stiff peaks. And you add in a can of sweetened condensed milk and some vanilla. And then you put it into a container and stick it in the freezer. And the combination of ingredients plus the whipping of the whipping cream makes a no churn ice cream. This thing is still, I'm still picking up the dust from sanding leather. Still feeling it on my hands. And I thought I wiped this down really well. See? It could be my imagination because my hands were in it so much. But I don't think so. There's some more on there still. My hands are just a bit dry from doing that. So it is what it is. Sorbet is good too. Start on this side. Because I have a hole available to stuff a needle in. My goodness, it's not. There it goes. Fine. Be difficult. Here's my Altoid tin that I throw these in as I go. Important business. And then get the ends together. Pull my threads so that they're level to each other. Go back through that hole with the needle and then go to the next one. And you may not be able to see the holes in this. It's not going to be easy. What is classified as hot? Because like in England, they posted about a heat wave, and it's going to be a whopping 78 degrees Fahrenheit there. For us, that is not hot, not by any stretch of the imagination. yesterday was Sunday. Yeah, yesterday it was car parked in the shade with the windows cracked was 100 degrees. And then there's poor Diana, had to drive her car without air conditioning today to work and was registering 112. That's insane. So let me see. Chart. So let me see. That's Celsius is in white. So you said 29. So 84, between 84 and 102. Yeah, it's a good way to get sunburned. I had to pull up the chart because there's very few that I remember. 0 is where it freezes, that kind of stuff. I remember a few things like that. But easily to remember for me is 16. 16 is 61. They're kind of the inverse of each other. So that makes it easier for me. Uh, 16 is 60.8, so it was close enough to 61, so that the numbers were inverse of each other, and I could remember that when I was traveling. So I knew that if it was, someone said it was going to get down and it's going to be 10, I knew that was significantly lower than 61, which is extremely tolerable for me. So I knew I needed to dress accordingly. Yeah, that's true. It depends on what you're used to. Cough is back. Yay. Well, that was a bad coughing spell. See, I cannot go on a boat and fish. If I try to fish while on the boat, I'm going to get sick. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. So if I go on a boat, I'm laying out. Mm. Yeah, I get motion sickness. Not as bad as some people, but I get motion sickness. So if I go on a boat, I'm getting a suntan because I'm going to lay down and get a suntan. That's because that's what I can do. But the likelihood of finding me in a swimsuit nowadays is slim. But back in the day, when I had the figure for it, a pleasing figure for it, I'll leave it that way, pleasing to most people. I would go on the boats, and usually the guys were all going fishing, and I was not going fishing. But I went along, and I would lay out on the deck in the front while they fished in the back, off the back of the boat. And they knew where to find me if they needed me. And then I would, because out on the boat, you can expose yourself a little bit more. In the U.S., obviously we don't have topless beaches or anything like that. So there's no getting a tan without tan lines unless you have private property. But out on the boat, I could unhook my bra, my top, and then I could sit up with my towel and hook it all back together without exciting the captain of the boat. Because where I was laying out, I was in direct view of the captain. And since usually the deckhands that were on these boats, these fishing boats, were rather young guys, the last thing I needed was some 18-year-old kid following me around. Because he got a flash of a titty. Now, if I was over in Denmark, they wouldn't care. It'd be like, run around without your shirt on, so what? But in the U.S., it's very... I don't know if it's true in Canada, but in the U.S., it's very prudish. They treat the body as if it's something nasty and dirty. Something that should never be seen outside of a bedroom. And I know that's not true in a lot of other countries, because I've traveled to a lot of other countries. Denmark has nude beaches. They have the tourist beaches, which are normal. Everybody wears coverings. Then they have their topless beaches. And then they have their totally nude beaches. I was warned when I went to Denmark that if I was invited to the beach, I needed to clarify which beach it was to know whether or not I should be if I was willing to go to it. because it would be embarrassing to think you're going to a beach wearing a swimsuit when it's a totally nude beach. And the last thing you want to do is get totally naked in front of your colleagues. I always worry when I make these hats about sizing, making sure that the sizing is correct. I always worry about when I'm using these different layers, making sure that it still fits. With this one, I think there's enough thin leather, ouch, around this part here that we could stretch it if we need to. And I have hat band material that I can throw a layer in if I need to make it smaller. One of the things I learned is how you lay your pattern on your leather may affect the thickness or the final sizing. Is if you put it on the outside, then the outside will be correct and the inside will be wrong due to the thickness of the leather. So if I'm working on leather I know is very thick, is going to be thick, or if I'm working with very little give in my sizing to the pattern, I will actually lay my pattern on the inside fabric of or side of the leather, the wrong side of the leather, and cut out from there. That way the inside measurements should come out more correct, especially when dealing with leather of any kind of thickness. I know a lot of people that have always done it the other way around, and then they wind up with their stuff being smaller than what it's supposed to be. They're like, I don't know why. And it's like, well, you're using 7-ounce leather, and you measured on the outside. So the outside of your hat is the correct size. The inside is smaller. And it's just the nature of how it all works together. So I put my correct measurements on the side that goes to the body, which is the inside of the hat in this instance. Yeah. Modest people in Canada. Yeah, I just know a lot of places have, topless or nude beaches. And then there's other places where if a woman goes to the beach, she has to be covered from head to toe, which I guess if you're going in the water, it at least gets you cooled off, but that's about it. Outside the water, you're not. I have to find some Dayquil. My problem is that Dayquil, which is supposed to be taken during the day and not make you drowsy, makes me fall asleep. So that's what I run into is doesn't matter what I take, I'm going to sleep. Stacy's like, I don't know where the nude beaches are. I don't go to them. I would not be comfortable on a nude beach. And it has nothing to do with the way I grew up. I just wouldn't be comfortable on a nude beach. Partly because I almost always have some kind of support for my breast on. And on a nude beach, that's not true. And I would be extremely uncomfortable without some kind of support there. Well, it's even when I got the when I started buying swimsuits, I wouldn't buy just any swimsuit where I wore ones that had support. Even when I was really small, a lot smaller, and could wear a two-piece swimsuit and people not turn their head away and run, the tops were more like bras. And they had that kind of support to them. They had this one place that sold swimsuits down in Mississippi on the coast, and they sold separates. And they had things in such color combinations where you could either get solids or you could get prints, or you could mix match the solids and the prints. Whatever you liked that made you happy. And they started out, they were selling on the beach. And eventually they were told they couldn't sell on the beach anymore, that they were distracting and causing wrecks, because they would hire cute, thin, cute girls and stick them out there on the beach in very skimpy swimwear, flying kites and other things.
Do you want me to just freeze it in the mixing bowl instead of like pouring it into a different container?
You can if you really want to. How much did you make? Did you make a single serving or a double?
Did what the recipes calls for?
That's single. Is that enough for all of us to have some?
It's freeze up to 6 hours.
That's not what I asked.
I don't know. I haven't added everything together yet. The whipping cream is going.
Oh, it's still going?
Yeah.
Because I got enough stuff to make 2 serving. Actually, got enough to make 4 ice creams, but only 2 peach ice creams.
Okay.
Because you should have used a half a container of the heavy whipping cream.
After I finish and see how much that is, then I'll make more.
Yeah, because I figure the next one we'll do is we can whip up a chocolate or something.
Yep.
Thank you. That means we'll have ice cream tomorrow. Because if it has to sit for 6 hours, welcome back, Marcia. If it has to sit for 6 hours, that's yeah, no. I'm not gonna get ice cream tonight. That'll be tomorrow. Because nobody makes stuff when I ask them to. If the ice cream would have been made when I originally asked and sent the recipe, I would be getting some ice cream. Marcia, did you straighten them all out and get things taken care of? I do not know why I just went off that edge. There we go. I got mine today, Marcia. Gosh, I hope I got this right. Worst case scenario is I totally have to rip out this stuff and put it back together. Which I'm not afraid of taking stuff apart and redoing it. So they didn't fix the issues, Marcia. I'm sorry. Ta-da. Now I can do this outside. I will start with those and add more to that if I need it. Oh Lord, that's hard to find. It'll be fun to put on. So I make one inside out hat. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. There. Match it up, stick it through the hole. I have a piece of magnet on my scissors and now it's kidnapping everything. Marcia totally missed me making a mess sanding leather earlier. Two, three, four. Oh, I think my holes are going to line up. I think. Shoot. There we go. Pretty sure that's correct. There's one there, one there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yep. No. Marcia, I have to go through the box of other stuff that I haven't gone through yet. I have to go through a container to get my things of JB Weld. I have some. I pulled them out from my leather class that I was doing. I got them at the same time I got some other stuff in from my leather class. And so they got stuck in a bag and got stuck in a box. And I have not gone through everything from my class yet and put it away where it rightfully belongs, because I've been feeling craptastic since then. I don't know why I put those in there. So just throwing them on the table. Didn't even need that many out. So anyway. Waxy, waxy, waxy. No, thank you, Marcia. Here we go. I'm close enough. I'll just stick this between the two. So once I stitch this, I will flip it. And it should work. And you can see how here it is folded there, and that's what we wanted. So, Marcia, I want to thank you for these clippy things, the stitch savers, because before I would just fight this without being able to hold it in place. Or I would do a whole lot of hand stitching to stitch everything in place, and then take it out. Yeah, and then I have to remove the stitching as I go. So this is far superior to that. And yes, I'm zigzagging this through these, partially because that makes it where it doesn't fall as easy. And it also helps me get more accurate measurement of how long I need my thread to be. I will have plenty of leftover thread. Because of the nature of how I pull my thread. I always measure it so I have more than enough thread, because I have this mental block about splicing my thread and not having enough to finish a stitch line means I have to splice in a second piece, and I absolutely despise doing that. Quite capable of it. I know how to do it. I have done it. I don't want to. I would rather fight with long tails of sewing thread than have to splice it halfway around this hat. And I know other people that will work with threads no longer than 36 inches. And if they have to splice it 5 times, they'll splice it 5 times. My brain says everywhere you splice it is a weak point. It has the potential of coming undone at that place. I want to minimize how many of those there are. Exactly, Marcia. And that's just on a sewing machine. Hand stitching, to me, it's the same way. I don't want to run out of thread and have to splice something together. You know, call me bougie, call me whatever you want about it, but it's just the way I am. Call me a perfectionist. I'm okay with that too. I just want to do it the way I want to do it. Just like I always start center back. All my knots are center back when I work on things. Always. And I need to scooch up because I find I'm pulling things too far away from the camera. And that's because of where my body is positioned. And that's because I have 5,000 things under my feet because I've moved stuff around. And that's where I've put things. I'm trying to keep myself hydrated and keep my throat wet to minimize coughing. I took off work today for sick day and did a lot of sleeping. Hoping to recover my body. But what I will do, because this is going to be the weak spot, because you will find that a lot of times you wind up with an extra stitch back here. That's because it's where the thread winds up ending. And that extra stitch is to help minimize the risk of it coming undone and keeping that spot secure. That's the way my brain sees it, at least. It's the back stitching you do at the beginning of beginning and ending of a project.
There is enough for everybody. This is popcorn. And tomorrow I could just.
I'm stealing some of your mom's popcorn because I can't have a lot.
And then when that's frozen, I can see, and I can just make more.
Okay. I'm not supposed to eat a lot of popcorn because of my diverticulitis. So I steal a handful. So my grandchild has made peach ice cream. We have enough stuff to make peach ice cream again. And we have the stuff to make vanilla ice cream, so we can figure out what to put in it. I think chocolate ice cream would work. Yeah, I've done that on hand stitching stuff where I know there's a problem, where the problem areas are. Take a few stitches, knot it, take a few stitches, knot it. That way I knew if stitches broke, the whole thing wouldn't come apart. It would minimize the repair area. Oh, I can't find the hole. There it is. Biggest problem with long threads is making sure that they don't get tangled. I literally only eat one handful, and I drink plenty fluids behind it, and not had problems, knock on wood, with doing it that way. Whereas I would sit down and watch TV and eat a whole daggum bag of popcorn by myself. At one time, popcorn was my diet aid. When I got hungry for no apparent reason, I would eat popcorn as a filler. Because if you don't load it with butter, you don't load it with butter and salt, it has virtually no nutritional value, negative or positive. So once upon a time when I dieted, that's what I would use. But now, I couldn't if I wanted to. And the kids are really good. Like if one of them gives me popcorn, they'll tell the other one, so the other one doesn't try to give me popcorn also. Topher being the biggest mother hen about it. But that's just the way the child is. He looks out for me. He has become the mother hen in a lot of ways. Realization of how much our electric bill is. He goes around and starts turning off lights all over the house. And he tells people, turn off, you leave the room, you turn off that light. Don't leave lights on. The problem is I'm down here and I go upstairs and there's no lights anywhere. The stairwell is pitch black. So yeah, because all the lights got turned off. Luckily, I can walk upstairs in the dark. Yeah, I had one episode with diverticulitis. That was enough for me to take it serious when they said you can't be eating uncontrollably when you're eating nuts and these things. And he listed off, he gave me a list of a whole bunch of things, all the different kinds of nuts and popcorn and stuff like that. And he's like, if in the event you need to eat some of this, you need to eat in moderation and make sure you stay very hydrated. So I've predominantly given up most of the foods that would cause a flare-up. I rarely eat things that like that can cause a flare-up. And I just found alternatives. Because like one of my favorite nuts is a cashew nut. Cashews. So I found cashew butter. Cashew butter is delicious. It's really weird because you have to get used to it because the texture is the same as peanut butter, but it tastes like cashews. It's actually quite tasty if you like cashews. And so that's kind of my substitute for not being able to have my favorite. Marcia, I wish that I could say that my family had taught us good eating habits when I was a child to the point that I didn't have to diet, but that's not true. Everything was meat and potatoes and fried and eat. Basically, you're sad here, have the eat. You're happy, good, let's celebrate, eat. You're mad, well, eat a cookie and get glad. Everything was focused around eating. And my grandmother was, after growing up through Depression era, was all about no one should ever go hungry. So she very much pushed food on people. Hey, you want me to pack him up and send him? He'll ask, he will gladly come help you. And then he'll say, what do I get paid? Give him internet so he can game when he has nothing else to do. Give him a place to sleep. It doesn't even have to be a bed. Give him food to eat. That's the TOEFL requirements there. he would actually be good at that kind of stuff, helping out. But when it comes to his ability to learn and stuff like that, it with his autism and his learning difficulties, the likelihood of him being able to do that would be slim. Yeah, mine didn't get that bad. I caught it early. The right doctors were at the clinic that had seen someone present with the same complaints that I had. And so he immediately told them what to do to check me for specifically for diverticulitis. And then they sent me to multiple specialists to get, I got x-rayed and probed and prodded and everything else so that they could check everything to determine if I had to go to surgery or not. And it was determined not. And it was also determined that if I should take care of myself to prevent further flare-ups, I would probably never need surgery. So obviously I try to avoid surgery. And that was one of the things they were worried about, because my husband loves to tell the doctors how much I have a high tolerance for pain, and that if I'm complaining, then it hurts really bad. So they wanted to make sure that I wasn't worse off than what they thought I was, just due to my pain level. So they did a lot of testing to make sure. They had one doctor ready to cut into me because he thought that's what I wanted. And I'm like, no. He goes, we can go take a look if you want. And I'm like, no, that's all right. Because I didn't want to have to pay for an exploratory surgery that my insurance probably would not cover and not be happy about. So yeah. Through there. That starting point where you're going through 3 layers. Ugh. That leather is still thick, even with me sanding it down. Now, I wish my family had a high metabolism. You say the word metabolism in front of my mom, she'll go, "What's that?" And she'll be like, "People are supposed to have what? A metabolism? I don't know what that is." I'm going to try to finish this before I go offline tonight. You guys think you can stick with me through this? And then I'll be finished. And then I'll figure out what's next. Well, I know what's next. The green garrison cap. I'm quite happy so far, as long as I don't have to tear anything out of this. It came out right the first time. Meaning if I put it all together right the first time. Remember, this is the first time of me doing this specific pattern, so it's just like when you're sewing, you see stuff and it'll tell you to put it together a certain way, and you're like, yeah, I'm not seeing how this is going to work. But in the end, it does. And that's kind of how this is. How my brain thinks it should be and how it should be to come out correct are two different things. Yeah, see, I wouldn't want that part of things. I wouldn't want life so bad that I could only have one cashew or one pecan, one Brazil nut. Yeah, I could have used that kind of metabolism. It's really weird. As much as I've rested today, my body is still like, can we sleep some more? Which is really weird for me. But I'm going to have to try to go to bed tonight at a reasonable time and try to get a good night's sleep. Which is not going to be easy for me. So, laying in bed hurts my body. In the hole. Extremely important to catch these pieces. Make sure that they're put together correctly. And try to pop my back and it won't go. It just won't go. Yeah, I'm going to finish sewing this. Because I really want to finish this one tonight. Get some pictures done tomorrow. And then box it up and get it shipped. Wait to get this one finished. Because I know the lady that's going to get it is excited about seeing it. On that brim. Holes lining up beautifully. And you couldn't ask for the holes to line up any better. Well, I slept a total of close to 12 hours. Wow, that's not going in the hole. There it goes. So I don't know if anyone heard Kimberly Mills talking about the house she's got. She's getting going in the interior walls, where most houses don't have insulation. So just the walls between rooms and cutting in the center between the 2x4s and the support structures where it's kind of hollow in there, cutting that out and basically building in a box to put crystals in. So basically your wall would have these little spots with crystals in it, in your walls. I think the idea is awesome. And I have a big wall that's not a main support wall. Not that that would matter for what I'm doing, but it has no electricity in it either. That the wall where the stairs are, I could almost do the entire thing. And that would be uber cool. And then put plexiglass in the front of it. That also won't be seen when I'm done. It'd just be cool. It wouldn't be seen on the back side. It would just be seen on one side. I think it would be cool. Show it off to other people. Show off your goods. Your pretties. Have them in a secure location. Not taking up any floor space because it's the wall space that's already being utilized. So I think it'd be cool. I think I'm halfway there. This is literally the center seam. Come on, why is this so difficult? It's like they line up perfectly and just stitch through it. But when I try to go the other direction, it's like, nah, let's not do that. I just knocked something down. Oh, toothbrush, it's okay. I don't know what you're talking about, Marsha. Yeah, and that would be kind of cool. Is that you can do that and then put because you would only have less than 4 inches because a 2x4 is not 4 inches. But basically build a box to go in there so that you could make sure that just dust particles aren't going to get in there. And then put it where you can have a plexiglass front to it that has a gasket on it, so to speak, and you push it in and turn things to hold it in place on the corners, and the gasket would keep the dust out. You could also fit it with lighting in there, and it'd be just really cool. And so you can randomly put them around. And if you have rooms, like a kitchen dining room type situation, you could actually make the holes go all the way, cut both sides, so that you could actually see the gems and crystals and stuff from both sides. Or you could do them like at the top, so that it would also enhance the lighting getting through from one room to the other. But I could see the usefulness of it, especially for someone in a smaller home. Good night, Marcia. You sleep well. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I know Marcia can't stay. She has life to live and things she has to do tomorrow morning. And getting up in the earlier mornings is harder. Unless you have insomnia. But she is a caretaker of her husband, so you got to do what you got to do. I remember doing that when I was caretaker for my husband. There were just times it's like, got to go now. And no one else needed to know why, but everybody knew that I was his caretaker, and that sometimes I would just be, got to go. Either he needs me or it was time to do his dialysis, his meds, or whatever. Because my husband was legally blind, so he was not allowed to manage his meds himself. We both agreed that that was the most stupid thing on earth. It's for a person that can't see to try to even take care of his own meds at all. He got put in the hospital one time, and they asked him what meds he takes, and he said, honey, what meds do I take? And the doctor's like, you don't even know what you take? And he's like, I can't read the deck blasted labels. So I went ahead and typed up all his meds and created a little sheet that listed what meds he took, when he took them. So, morning, at night, and stuff like that. And also his key doctors. And listed about him having lenses in both eyes from prior stuff. And yeah, I would walk into the hospital and just hand it to them. And they go, we need to get a list of his meds. And I'd hand them a sheet of paper, and they go, what is this? And I'm like, read it. It's everything you need to know about him. And his doctor worked out of the hospital we always went to, so I would just tell him to, go ahead and give his doctor a call. And they'd be like, well, he's not on call tonight. And I'm like, I didn't ask. Go ahead and give his doctor a call to let him know that his patient is in this hospital. And so they did that. It was tough, but we managed. My hands are bothering me a lot. Okay. Not having a spectrum outage tonight. That's good. I'm going to pop over and check my email and see if Diana saw Scully yet. If she did not say anything. I now have the address for the shoe purse. So that I can get it out. I will have to do all the sending stuff out at one time, so I can send out the shoe purse, Diana's charm, chains to Terry, and hopefully this hat too. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, ching. Coming down the home stretch now. There we go. Oh boy. There we go. Yep. So stitch wise, the number of stitches should be 100% on this, which is great. 100% the first time around, not having to undo and redo. And that kind of thing is always a good thing. Not too far to go now. I've got what? 5, 10, 15, less than 20 stitches to go. In the home stretch now. I've got way a lot of thread. There's 2. Can't go 2 holes. Got to go 1 hole, 1 hole, 1 hole. Almost done. And I just keep my fingers and toes crossed that I did actually put this in correctly. And that it's going to come out right and I don't have to take it all apart and redo it. I mean, obviously taking it all apart and redoing it would be just this, the brim part, the visor part of it. It would not be entirely the whole thing. Because obviously the body of the hat is put together correctly. I think on Scott's I did the sewing the brim part on 3 times. And I don't know why it took 3 times for it to finally just go, oh, that's the way it needs to be. But it did. Catching all the stuff on my platform where I keep my magnets. It's basically a little piece of metal. And I put my magnets on it, and then I throw everything over there that I need to have the magnets there for, such as miscellaneous needles and hole punch tools, that like the single hole punch tools, that if I need one, there's one there. And tomorrow, if this cough is persistent, I might wind up taking off part of a day and going to the clinic, the Minute Clinic, because I have one not far from here, and seeing if they can prescribe something to get rid of this ick. because this constant chronic congestion is just killing me. There we go. Oh, wow, this is nice. Almost there. Because literally I have, you can see where the stitches are and you can see where I am. Not much left to go. And then we can celebrate. Whoop, whoop. I gotta decide where to tie in my label with this hat too. And again, I take an extra stitch for security of this end, this one piece right in the middle where the stitches come together and where I have to create a knot. Now the fun part. Outside out. Outside out, inside in. And I don't think I sewed this piece right. grab one of these hat forms. Don't remember what size this one is, but we're going to see if it fits. Actually, that might be the way it's supposed to fit. I'm not sure. Struggling here. Oh man. I need to look at this. This is over here in the 15 something and others. I did something wrong. I'm going to have to undo part of this, not all of it. I'm going to have to undo it from here to here and change how this is sewn. So I have to flip it back and change that one section. From here to here. So I'm actually going to cut it from here so I can pull some thread back and stitch it off here behind that where it needs to be done. It sucks, but it is what it is. Actually, I can just cut it like in the middle-ish. Cut that one and cut this one. That should be both pieces. And then get my picking piece. Where'd it go? There it is. Pull these stitches back out. Those are the wrong stitches. I needed to do outside. Dadgummit. Getting flustered here. I can fix this back. This part isn't going to be seen. It's also not a stress point, so I'm okay. I need to stitch that piece back. This part I stitched wrong. Why is it? Oh, I didn't pop that all the way. Sitting here trying to pull stitches from my thread that I didn't fully cut. No wonder it wasn't pulling. Now it'll pull. I should have sewn this. I've got to figure that out. I'm going to have to flip it and look at it to figure out how I'm supposed to stitch it together. The stitches sure do come out fast, don't they? They don't go in that quick. They sure come out that quick. I'm going to go one more stitch past that. And then I will secure this. I will repeat the same on the other side. My brain knows what it's supposed to look like, but I can't see it that way in my brain from the inside. Okay, that I think is equal. Now I need to go fix this. I need to pull up enough so I can tie it off. Because Tori was dingbat and unstitched the wrong piece. Oh, I didn't leave myself a lot of tail to work with, but enough. One, stick it under there again. Oh. Two, there we go. flip it. I'm going to figure this out tonight probably, and I might have to finish it tomorrow because I don't know how long it'll take me to restitch that section. So I'll think about it as I'm finishing up this. About that, push it out. Won't show. Take a needle. Usually I 2 needle stitch, you know that. I'm still going to 2 needle stitch. The thought of trying to 1 needle stitch it just goes against my sensibilities. I keep 4 needles at my ready at all times without having to pull out any extra ones. It's the way I do things. So, but I realize the inside is still going to see this stitch line, so I want to make sure that the stitches are straight. When I sew it to this side, I want that stitch line to remain straight. And if I one needle stitch it, the likelihood of the stitches coming out crooked is high. High probability that stitches will come out crooked if I 1 needle it. And it has to do with the way the stitches lay. And when you're 2 needling it, the stitches just lay different with each other than if you try to 1 needle it. And this is not a very long seam here. This is my payment for talking smack about people who splice their threads. As I messed up, so mine are spliced now. Because the only option to avoid that would be to totally rip out the entire hat band and redo it. And for the practical part of it all, it gets done and finished at the end of the day. Most people would never know if a piece has a splice in it or not. If you sew and your stitch lines are straight, you cannot see where that splice is in here for the thread. But me, as the one making it, I know it's there. It's one of those kind of things. And it's just a preference. I don't like doing it this way. It's not wrong by any stretch of the imagination. It's not wrong. It's just not my preference. It is a seam that's not going to be seen. So that makes it a little better for me. But these sides are going to be the same way. They're going to be, I'm going to overstitch these to allow that stress point to be secure. So I'm going to push that to the back. Repeat that process here. Now I'm going to flip this so I can visually see what I'm doing. And yes, I'm pulling it to me to flip it so that I can just control it better. Okay. This does go this way. I'm going to clip these. Clip these edges to make them sit right. I will beat the heck out of them later. And then I can visualize the next step of things. I think he did it that way where he put it, he rolled it and didn't do it right at the seam line. And that gives it a good edge, finished edge there. Now this goes this way. And I might stitch it just like it is and just deal with it with my hands, dealing with the where I have to do things. It'll be harder on me, but that's on me. I see how does he stitch this? And I'm wondering if he stitches this piece first. No, he stitches from the back first. This is stitched this way. So it's stitched this way on here. And I think I have to take the whole hat band out. Because when I'm looking at it, this should be stitched this way. And it should be the same over here. Crud muffins. So I did do this. I'm going to rip this out. I'm going to completely unstitch this hat band. And I'm going to have to restitch it tomorrow. Because I absolutely do not have it in the way he does. Which means I have it in wrong. There's no other way to put it. It's wrong. And I need to fix that. I need to correct the errors of my way, so to speak. There we go. just not fun. So I'm just going to call it a night. Let me put things back up here. I'll do this part off stream. Because it's just, I think it'll be easier for me to do it off stream. So I'm going to call it a night. Tomorrow is Tuesday. So I will go on between 5:30 and 6. And I will stream till about 30 minutes before Two Leaves in a Pod comes on. They come on between 9:30 and 10. And so I'll stream before them. They go on Tuesdays and Thursdays between 9:30 and 10. We have a really good time. Tomorrow is going to be chit chat news, updates on some drama that's going on, maybe a game. We don't know. So, and Thursdays they do stuff, not the games, but they also do a sale. Friday at 7:30. You can catch us over at Get Swamp. Watching Robbie, he'll do his live. He'll go through what they've been doing, what's going on, new animals coming in, animal trades, animal births, deaths, whatever. And then after they'll do their mail and answering questions. And then they will go into where they sell stuff, a lot of rocks, crystals, and gems. And we enjoy our time there. When scheduling permits, you can catch Stacy Northern Aurora Treasures going live and Flutter Yo. And that did what? I don't think that posted correctly. What did that do? No, it ran them together again. Okay, so I need to fix that. I need to delete that one. And try this again. I think I tried this before and you can't put two of them together. So Stacy Northern Aurora Treasure goes live. And with her often also selling, you will find Flutter Yo. During fishing season, you can find Flutter Yo doing fishing videos also. And when she's with Stacy, they will sell some rocks, crystals, gems. Stacy has a lot of 3D printed materials that are available for sale that the husband does. Flutter sells rocks from her current area. And then one of our people that loves doing unboxing videos is Diana. And so Diana randomly posts videos of her unboxings and shares all the pretties that she picks up. So it's always good to go check out her videos as well. And I am going to be off until tomorrow around 5:30, 6 o'clock, where I will come back and restitch this brim. One day I will stitch a brim and not have to stitch it twice. But it is what it is for this one. So I will bid you all farewell. Prayers out to those who need them. And I will talk to you all later. Bye for now.